Hey Jamie, how's it going? I was watching a bit of your VOD today during lunch. It was funny how long you'd spent on the like just trying to get into the battlements where the merchant is. You were just there for ages. It's funny how in the randos they're just like these new places that people are stuck on, or not necessarily stuck, but they're just there for ages, dealing with stuff that they don't normally have to. Hey, Mighty. I can probably try the new jacket in a bit, next time I load the game up. Hey, Devil. Welcome in. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah. Also, to do the skip with the pistol, you need to shoot above the ledge, not to the left of it. So you just get your pistol and you just shoot as close as you can to the top bit of the ledge. Sometimes takes a few attempts, but eventually you get it. And then you can skip the next one for grenade. Yeah, so I think after I completed the game a few times, this was probably last year in June, or I don't know, sort of like a month after it came out, I was watching a lot of speed runs of the game, and like learning the same strats. Not all of them. I think I did nearly all the skips apart from the turret skips, since that's a high risk strat. Oh, and the other skip I never did was the cave one, where you're in the castle sewers, because you don't really save that much time, and I wasn't able to do it. But all of those have been patched out now, so it's just the basic skips. Hey, Itchy Tasty. Welcome in. Yeah, there's a lot of things good about RE Engine, and then there's a few things that are annoying. But to be fair, the amount, it's not even necessarily it's the engine, it's just the way that they've developed these games. They've just made it very much, here are all the parameters for everything. Like every parameter for everything is all in those data files. The logic for so many things are in the data files. They seem to make the game, it's a very data driven game as opposed to actually doing all of it in the code itself. Well, I'm sure you'll succeed. It's like, I mean, how long was it that those enemies were disappearing when you paused the game? The extra enemies, they kept disappearing when you paused the game, and they were doing that for ages. And eventually, I figured it out. You always figure it out eventually. if you spend enough time on it. It's the same for these crashes. At the moment, I'm just trying my best to avoid them, like, you know, prevent them from the likeliness of them occurring, particularly if they are always occurring. Like, if it always crashes, even when you reload, it still crashes. They're definitely the ones to try and get rid of. You're always going to probably get crashes that just randomly happen, but then don't when you reload. But I think most people will, you know, as long as it doesn't happen too often, they won't care too much. And particularly with the auto-save and professional, you don't lose much progress. Yeah, I don't know why Mighty, I've literally not changed anything. So there's probably some still weird things going on, like before the village section. Hey Shiny, welcome in. We're randomizing weapon exclusives at the moment. So I've already got it logging out the exclusive for each gun. So all I need to do now is actually change them to a random thing. And also randomize the price. Looks like they're usually about 80,000 on average. So I'll probably randomize it between maybe 50,000 and 150,000. I think that'd be a good range initially. Or it could be based slightly on the how good the exclusive is. I'll probably make the infinite ammo exclusive a rare occurrence. So maybe every 1 in 10 or 20 randos someone gets that exclusive. And I'll probably do the same with the ridiculous weapon stats, like the 99.9 power broken butterfly and things like that. The problem is, what I was doing at the moment was ranging a multiplier. So I'd say, okay, I mean, you're limited at the base stacks. I don't randomize those at the moment. So from minimum of base stat to maximum of 2 times, or maybe even 3 times the old maximum power. That's why magnums tend to have such good power, because there's a high chance that there's just a higher chance of it having higher power. As for the knife, because the base stat is so low to begin with, even if you got a ×2 or ×3 RNG, it's not going to be that much higher than the base. So what I was thinking was, I will instead make the random range plus or minus the vanilla range from the base stat to the fully upgraded stat. So the handgun, normal handgun, can only go from 1 to 2.0. Then I'll just say, okay, I'll randomize the end power between 1 and 3. Because the original range was just 1, so the RNG range could be plus or minus 1 around the fully upgraded vanilla stat. Which is a shame, because I think, you know, plus having a full power handgun is probably fine. It's just that or maybe I could just do it based on the classification of the weapons. Pistols, it just randomizes any power between 1 and 1.5 and like 5. And I think, yeah, I need to change the default profile to be something balanced, because at the moment it just sets everything to like halfway, which is why you get this issue with having too much health. And to be fair, I don't think health really needs to come from enemies at all. Like, there could just be a rare chance that they drop any health. They barely drop health in the vanilla game. Most health you get from pickups, static items. Do you mean normal people normal, or shiny normal? Normal. Yeah, go for it. Right, let me have a look actually, because I mean, anyone's welcome to do this. If you go to profiles, community profiles, this is what people have shared. So there's not so many yet for the number of people that are using it. I see that Matt's got an experimental hard mode. I'm not sure if he's definitely not streamed this yet, so I don't know if he's actually played it. But he's obviously playing around with the settings, coming up with something. Edge has got balanced item drops. Although I'm not sure that's the one. Maybe that is the template one he used for the current run he's doing. But yeah, I recommend. I wonder if I saved it actually. Yeah, so I made this one, and I tried to maximize money for the enemy drops, and money and resources, because that's kind of like what the vanilla game would do. Although, yeah, maybe ammo needs to be a bit higher. It depends whether you want to create your ammo from resources or just get the ammo directly. But yeah, I have most of the health items like very off. Actually, I have all their mixes off, and I just have the other health things on low. But then if you go to the static items, I've actually got a much higher ratio for health. Because then it's not too bad. You got to think about the fact that if you chuck on an enemy multiplier, you're also multiplying the number of drops you get. That's another good reason why if you just limit health to the static items, they're not going to get multiplied. So there won't be more or less of them depending on what your enemy multiplier is. So each chapter you can say what items are added to the merchant store, like the quantity of each item. So I could say, right, in chapter 3, merchant's going to get +2 aid sprays. Now it's a bit complicated to try and say, like, to have that much customization on the shop. So I've simplified it a lot by saying, okay, on average, how much of this item is it going to get per chapter? And that can be a decimal place as well. For example, if it's 0.5 aid spray per chapter, it just means that he'll get 1 aid spray every 2 chapters. You can also set a maximum. For example, if I set aid sprays maximum to 5, that means that, and you got 1 aid spray every chapter, after 10 chapters, you're still only going to have 5 because you've basically capped the amount that can be in the shop to 5. But at the moment, I've just got that at 100 now, so the cap's always at 100. And you can say how many increase per chapter. But I've put maximum, okay, so you do get a bit of RNG. For example, just because I've got herb green to 5, you might get 0 per chapter. It's actually not going to ever be 0, but it might be 0.1, which means that you're only going to get 1 green chapter, 1 green herb within 10 chapters. So that's basically one for the whole game from the shop, which is why I've got all the numbers low, because the combined total of all of these will give you enough health items that you can buy from the store. And I've defaulted ammo to 0. If it's on 0, it means you'll never get it from the store. So that's your way of turning it off. Yeah, there could probably be to do more. There's probably going to be more settings that are going to be added for the merchant, but that's what I've got so far. I was telling Shiny about your Mendez Hill, Jamie, with the two Super Salvadors, 3 chainsaws, 3 Chase Mendez, a dog, and the Navistadol, and a bunch of other mobs. It's a good thing you had 3 flashes, although I think you only used 2 at the end, didn't you? When you did get it. But yeah, it did take like 40 attempts, didn't it? I think that was the first thing I saw someone struggle with. Like, I think Matt, it was the first thing he struggled with. Like, he was getting through the game fine, and then that came that hill, and he was dying. He was dying a lot. And then when he got to the castle, even more deaths. Yeah, so that double Mendez, it's not just that they were in the way as well. Like, they would be collision blocking your path. So even when you flashed them, you had to really squeeze past them to get through. And of course, Ashley runs at like half the speed as you. Which meant that she very easily got tripped over by the Super Salvadors, and then captured by the real Mendez. Yeah, it's because it's obviously it's the first chapter. No, sorry, it's the second chapter, isn't it? Where you collect her, so she's still got her stupid AI. But yeah, I've got a few things on my to-do list. So obviously, I'm randomizing the weapon exclusives at the moment. But the other thing to do will be randomizing the base stats, and not making the weapons so OP all the time. And I need to fix the stage capping not working properly for Edger. And fix the starting inventory weapons seem to be broken for Mighty. Need to stop the enemies from being tilted, like the Navistadolls, when they get randomized. I mean, you can just see, like, the exclusive should be your way of getting an OP weapon. Not just upgrading it, because the upgrade prices are they can be really low sometimes. So it's not like you're even paying that much for the really OP weapon. I mean, usually with the game, you got all your weapons, and you're gonna at most be able to get no more than 2 of them to full upgrade exclusive potentially in one playthrough. Like that, sure. That's at most what you should aim for. But it should take you the whole game to be able to do that, like fully upgraded. But what's happening at the moment is people are getting like 50 power Magnum in Chapter 2. It's ridiculous. It's like, you know, what's the point in the progressive difficulty? Oh yeah, Edger was doing that. He saw that the the green yellow mix was on discount. So he bought a load of those and then he bought a load of red herbs also for cheap. Mixed them together and then sold them for a high price. Which is fine, it's just good RNG, I suppose, that you got decent discount. You were able to buy those mixes cheap and then sell them fully mixed. You made a normal. Let's have a look. Did you mean to set charms to 0? So you've said only, so no heavy grenades from the shop, just light, one flash, 10 gunpowder, and green herb, and lots of knives, and a couple of resources per chapter. Okay. And you've turned off all special drops from items, so you're just gonna get 30% ammo, almost 30% health as well. Not much money. You've left those all normal. And then enemies, 25% extra enemies. You've got far too much health for enemies. I think you're going to end up with too much health with this profile. Yeah, having Verdugo on 15,000 max is a good call because it's a weird one. Any other enemy, it's fine having high, but Verdugo, because the shots do so little damage to him, you have to make sure his HP is really low. Yeah, but what we're seeing is that even just that amount of health is a huge amount. I mean, every 3 enemies are going to drop a health item. Plus, you've got every 3 out of 10 items being health. So if you kill 10 enemies, 3 of them give you a health item. Okay, you've got green health. You got triple green health on this heart. I wouldn't say they were crappy. If you wanted crappy, you'd have just brown eggs. Like I'd make gold incredibly rare, like 0.1. Gold eggs more like something that should probably be a valuable drop. Fixed, okay. Alright, yeah. Yeah, well, maybe someone could give it a test playthrough, but I think it's probably still going to get stacked. What you could do is just rack up these numbers. Like, we do that, maybe. That'll mean only 80% of the drops are then like your own stuff. Yeah, unfortunately, what you can't do with this is like if you can make this bigger, but then you're stopped at 1. You can't then just drag everything lower. There needs to be like a way of making something higher by actually changing everything to be lower. But I don't know how best to do a UI control that would let you do it. Could remove a few more items in the pool. Yeah, so maybe you have that 0.05, this to 0.01, because RGY, that is a luxury mix, so I'd have that very low probability. And then also that lower. Fish is better because with fish, you can't put it back in the storage, and they take a lot of room up in your inventory. So fish, fish would give you just a slightly harder rando by nature, because you wouldn't always be able to pick them up. It's kind of like, you got to use this now or you don't pick it up, type thing. So you can't stockpile them. And if you don't need the health, you can always sell it. Actually, I didn't check what you had the classes to. I need to make a like a ratio chart for the enemy classes too. I'd like combined all the. I do it by class, so all the normal villagers, zealot soldiers would be one class, and then have like another one for brutes and armored jurors. But this is like sort of casual playthrough. For like the big streamers, I think maybe they'll want to start off with a like put almost everything on an equal level, just so that you get a bit more chaos in the rando, like the first rando they do. Is there a way to remove the building skip? Yeah, there is, but I don't think it's worth doing because village is you're either going to be able to do it or you're not going to be able to do it, and if you're not going to be able to do it, you're just running around for 8 minutes, and it's not actually that hard. Once you've got them in a train behind you, you just do circuits around the village until the bell goes off. And if you've got the rifle, you might as well just go and ding the bell to begin with. Hey Georgie, thank you for the 3 months. Much appreciated. Yeah, I am. I've had a lot of stuff going on as well, and definitely feeling some burnout from doing this. But I hope to get it to big streamers at the weekend. I'm just trying to put in the last few touches before that happens. And I think, and then after that, after this weekend, I can then just keep. I'll just do like 5 a day, maybe, or 10 a day of new people accessing it. I'll just go hard on it. I don't know what a shotgun is going to be like with the like critical exclusivity on it. It'd be interesting. Don't know. Guess that's what we'll find out. I don't know if that means that if an enemy gets so much as a HP off that shotgun, and then the critical activates, they die. Penetration exclusive will also be quite interesting for some guns. How's dev work going? Well, the website you just saw, that's all very new. Spent a lot of time making the website actually, as opposed to the randomizer. The website's pretty good now, and anyone can sign up for early access on it. So now just working on like things on my to-do list for the randomizer. Hey Kinesis, how's everything going with you? You still working on modding RE2? Old format, you talking about the old website? That was just something I threw together in like 5 minutes. Do this. The files that all the weapon stats are in is a nightmare to work with. There's 2 files for a start, and there's so many like hierarchies and arrays in it. A lot of it kind of unnecessary, that it makes it painful to edit these files. It's making me write the most awful code as well to edit them. The front end, so if you want to know what I've used, this is the library I've used. So I've hardly designed it, really. I've just kind of used this existing framework that's been made. So this goes through, like if I go to the tabs here. That's all I've used. And the tooltips, the nav bar, the forms, like, you know, look familiar. The nav bar. So yeah, it's just using this framework. Speed up your web development with Flow by Svelte. Yeah, it's and you know, the classic Biorands can be quite funny because of all the cutscenes, but I've always enjoyed RE4 randos just as much, really, because the comedy that comes from RE4 is in the enemy AI. Like every single run, there's always some new behavior or some weird behavior you never see before when it comes to the enemies. And they're just funny. Like, I've always found the game quite amusing, like pushing ladders off of people on it, and they, you know, they blow themselves up with the dynamite and all of these things. Verdugo spawning in the lava pit room with fire-proofing platforms. Yeah, and there's a lot of new stuff that's happening in the remake that's funny, like just Krauser showing up out of nowhere, or Verdugo. So you know in chapter 2, you've got the doors that have the rails in front of it, and you got to go to Dynamite Valley and get the key to open the doors, or the shutter in front of the door that opens up. Well, if Krauser is on the other side of the door, when you go into the area, Krauser will want to open the doors to get to you, but of course the shutter's in the way. So what happens is the doors just open in front of the shutters.
Fuck off, Orca streaming, no way.
You just have Krauser.
Oh, bloody
running
Orca.
continuously into the shutter.
Orca, sort your fucking shit out!
Hey, Gonta. So I think Trey got that the other day, and then Edger got it again today. So I think a lot of people are gonna hit that, and it's funny. Oh, and another thing happened to Jammy last night. So with the 2 Giganta in the mine, he killed the Giganta. Everything's peaceful. He gave Lewis a boost up the to open the door, and then as Lewis like opens the door, like a Super Salvador charges into the room, like by surprise, in front of Lewis. And I think that there's gonna be a rando where someone is right up against the door because They're just waiting for Lewis to open it, and then they're just gonna like go through it as fast as they can, but not realise there's a Super Salvador on the other side just ready to kill them. There's gonna be stuff like that happening, I bet you. Unfortunately, Caradors can't climb ladders in the remake, but brutes can carry shields. They can fire RPGs, and they can pick Ashley up. So that's all funny. And also, when a brute does pick Ashley up, you can't do the normal stab in the back, so you don't get a free insta kill. You've instead got to like knife or shoot him, and he will tank a lot of your bullets. Which is very difficult when you got brutes in Waterhall on the top bit with Ashley. That's a nuisance because they just take so many hits. You know how to change. Sorry. You know how I had to change the processes for editing the text files for the Titanfall texture work? That doesn't work for textures for models. Are they a different format then? I thought it was like DDS 8 or something. Yeah, progress is going fine, Kinesis. I'm just trying to randomize the exclusives at the moment, but it's the way they've done these files, it's a bit of a pain to do. Well, yeah, actually, he was getting pretty frustrated when it came to that, the last segment. Luckily, we figured out how to make the timer longer now, so you get a good 6 minutes to do the jet ski section. So that should put some of the pressure off there. Yeah, no problem. What were you doing? Itchy tasty. Were you just oh, Biorand, nice. Suffering. Did you manage to complete it though? Was it a door render? Yeah, just a bit tired, but can't take a break. Gotta get this done. Gotta get Rando done by Friday. Thank you for the sub, artillery. On Fridays, I hope to give it to a bunch of big streamers.
So, who are you guys, anyhow?
Agents Mulder and Scully, FBI.
FBI, huh? Excuse me. All right, they're on to us. Get them back to SeaWorld.
Okay, no problem, artillery. Again, thank you for the sub. Hope you have a good evening. Or afternoon, lunch. Welcome in, Def. What file format are the audio files in? Because what I want to do is be able to convert them myself from RAV, like Biorand. I want Biorand to convert a bunch of RAV files or OGG files to whatever file format RE4 takes. Yeah, Def, that's actually quite a mean thing to say. Because if you are joking, you're also joking about the fact that he's not a big streamer. And you know why? He doesn't get enough raids from you. You know, you get, what, 50 to 100 steady rate of people. You just send them all to Gonta. And then Gonta needs to get a new PC so he can actually play this randomizer. Right, but what is the format, Couscous? What format are they in for Resident Evil? What's the file format? Hey Kale, welcome in. Yeah. Just a whole new rig, really. That's all you need. What the hell is Bunk? S-Bunk. There must be like some format inside them. I might be able to tell if I just take a look. It's not really. I don't know if it's. I mean, I'll get to it someday. I just don't know if it's worth looking at this week. On top of the other issues. By the way, what did you all think of the Akuma mod? Have you played it, Gonta? The Akuma mod? You don't need to build a PC, Gonta. Just get like just order it from PC Specialist. There's barely that much more. You don't save that much by building it yourself. Unless you've already got half the components. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you should give it a go because well, I don't know. Maybe someone else can say whether it's worth playing or not. Okay, I'll tell you a reason why you should play it. You've got to beat Def's 2024's world record. It's got world record, you see, on speed running it. You need to beat that. What was it, like 10 minutes or something? I hope you've submitted that, Def, on speedrun. Well, Def got, what was it, 4060? And that seems to do the job. So that's probably the minimum spec you should be looking at. But if you want to go higher, just go for the next model up. Or if you want to be a bit more adventurous, go for AMD's equivalent, which usually have better VRAM for the price. But you just have to deal with, like, there's just going to be less compatibility with some games, that's all. WEM format. No, it doesn't. I don't know what that format is. Wherever it is, it's not. Doesn't sound fun. I was hoping it would just be like some sort of RAV or OGG format. I mean, the OG games are a bit of a nightmare using the ancient compression formats, sound formats, PSX sound formats and things. AD, PCM. And I have to like find these niche libraries that can encode and decode in it. Video kinetic. I've never heard of it. Well, I will need a C# or more specifically a .NET library that can convert from RAV to WEM, or the appropriate Windows APIs if it is built into the operating system. And then that'll be fine. Whoops, that should be ripping looks. There we go. One. Cool. Data sets. And then, the other thing we want is a random rate. So we'll do RNG next. We'll randomize between 1.5 and 4. No, 5. And use +1. And then divide by 10. I want to keep it in round numbers, so I'll probably actually randomize between 0 and 10. And then we need to do data root set build path and rate. I think all of these are floats apart from those two. One, two, three, four. Five, six, seven, eight. Nine, 10. Seven and 9. Right, let's have a look at the output. So the SG09 now gets a 5.5 boost on attack speed. Nice. I have no idea whether that would do anything for a gun. I think that's it's going to have to be excluded. Blast range as well, that's not going to do anything. In fact, blast range, I don't actually know what that's used for. It's certainly not used for any of Leon's default guns. And then ammo capacity. So the red 9 gets a 5.5 boost on ammo capacity. Which is weird, because I didn't think I allowed it to go up to 5.5. Guess I want 0 to 9 then. And yes, I think for exclusives, We'll keep category in 5 for now. Right. So the SG09 now gets a ammo capacity boost of ×5. ×5, 5.5 again. This is not working very well, is it? Five. 5.5, 5, 5, 4, 3.5, 4, 5.5. Eight times 0.5 is 4 plus 1.5. Ah, okay, so on 8. There we go. DA? What DA? I haven't added any DA. Progressive difficulty. Is it working okay? What have you got as your min-max? What? My defaults? My defaults? Don't do that. The defaults are... They were just initial values of no significance. We need to come up with like a real default profile. I guess like what Shiny did earlier. Okay. $58,000. That's why. Okay. Hey Bernsey, how's it going? Perks. Hey Smurfy, welcome in. Just finished an email with fixes to a contract. It's out for sort of copyrights, right? Oh, sorry, rights to use video. Forgot that right. Hey Forofu, thank you for the 2 months. How was your stream? Yeah, I saw you were on the island. That like you just done the mic bit, so you're pretty much near the end of the game. What profile were you using? The default one? Why do people using the default one? Default one's not very good. Put in for a government grant. Okay. All sounds very legal speak. Do those things go on back and forth for a long time? What we're doing here, 404, is randomizing the exclusive upgrades for the weapons. Sounds exciting, Bernsey. Would be cool just to, like every day, just spend the whole day with a different person doing their job. You'd probably learn so much about every different possible job and what's involved in it. Yeah, just randomize the like we're very close to testing this now. I just need to set the correct text because it doesn't infer the message that it shows from the properties. I actually have to say exactly what message it shows for the exclusive. So that's what I'm in the process of doing, and then we'll be able to test to see whether this SG09 has more ammo if I give it the exclusive upgrade. Hey Trey, welcome in. I see you got really far with your permadeath runs. Yeah, I think everyone that is still doing the OG permadeaths, this is going to be a bit of a different ballpark. There's just some really there's going to be some bits that are insane, like they're just rip runs half the time. Like take Mendez Hill for example. You're just going to have to hope so much that you get a good Mendez Hill, otherwise half of your runs are gonna just end there. And that's only a third of the game in. I know, which is why I mean, I think it's important though that if people are going to do permadeath, that they do the same profile, because it's no good saying, "Oh yeah, I did permadeath rando," and your profile that you did it on was just, you know, just villagers only or something. The I guess the benefit of the OG rando is because you couldn't really customize a whole lot. If you know, a permadeath was, regardless of what settings you had on, for the most part, it was you know, it was an accomplishment. Whereas with the remake Biorand, you're gonna have to literally say what profile you got permadeath on, because that matters a lot as to what you actually achieved with that permadeath. So what I would like to see is like someone say, "Oh yeah, I got permadeath with this profile," and it be a decent profile, and then like someone else comes along and says, "Okay, we know that this profile is possible to do permadeath successfully. We'll just keep grinding that profile and not change it." If I was to win an award, what award would I win? I mean, I have won awards. Do you know what a hackathon is? An award for a streaming award show. I mean, I don't really stream. I don't think I would ever win an award for streaming. Oh yeah, if it wins mod of the year, I'd accept that. I don't think it managed to win the mod DB mod of the year though. I'm not sure it really even got many votes. I've no idea. I just saw last year at the top of the website it had a banner saying vote for your favorite mod of the, or sorry, vote for the best mod of the year. And that was that. I didn't actually see what happened in the end. Is that your thing though, Bernsey, that you're talking about? Is so when you said Bone King TV won last year, are you referring to your charity event? Cool. When is that? Okay, I'll definitely check that out. Right. Yeah, no, I'm definitely down for that, Bernsey. I'm sure the other people involved in Biorand would be up for it. Probably more so than me. You've shared a profile. Let's have a look. I see no profile. I see no profile from you. You sure you saved it after you said share profile?
Orca, sort your fucking shit out.
Hey Hot Potato, how's it going? Have you been enjoying the randomizer? Oh, what did you so what was your order of ranking, Bernsey? What did you put at the top? I could probably hazard a guess. Yeah, I can tell you've been enjoying it, Hot Potato. No problem, Georgie. Thank you for lurking. All the best. Oh, you forgot to press the share button. Right. I've bookmarked it. Permadeath hardcore profile. What enemies have you stuck on? No savage mutts. Come on. You gotta have some savage mutts in there. No JJs. What is this? Where are the mad chainsaws? Can't do permadeath without mad chainsaws to squirrel your runner. Top 5 were from 5 to 1. Golden Gun, Well It's Not Enough, Dawn of Day, Timon of Dice, Golden Eye. No Time to Die came in dead last. Um, no, I wouldn't put them last. In fact, there's some very forgettable films. But your 5-1. Well, apart from certainly the Brosnan ones, I've seen the most. Although I wouldn't put them all at the top. GoldenEye would definitely be at the top for me, though. I think most people would expect GoldenEye to be at the top, though. I know a lot of people will have their own preference, but it's not one of those unexpected things that will be at the top. Most people put it at the top because it rebooted the franchise, and the game was so popular as well. And also, it's very different from the others, like with the music and atmosphere and stuff. Six regenerators in the Sadler fight. Forever Mind Maidens. At least you've got like a absolutely humongous arena, though. No, JJs are very funny when they're not in your seed. If they're in someone else's seed, they're great. I reckon, right, Trey, that the it's probably what's going to happen is people are going to try doing permadeath, and every time they die, they're going to tweak their profile a little bit until they get the run. But at least when they do get the run, they can be like, right, this profile is definitely possible. I've proved it, it's possible. And then other people can just play the same profile. As long as they haven't made it too easy, because otherwise it's kind of boring to watch. And it's like the progressive difficulty. You want some chaos in the village. You want regenerators, and Garradors, and knights. You want all of that stuff in the village, even if they're a little bit easier to kill. At least I think JJ's are better in the remake though, because you can actually just shoot the gun, and it disables them for a little bit. So yeah, they're still pretty lethal, but there is better strats to deal with them. And technically you can parry the crossbows, although it's difficult. Right, I'm just going to do a little check to make sure that what am I going Irish framework? I just want to double check that the weapons have changed in the game files. So here's the SG09, go to limit break, and it's still got the old category, so that's not actually worked, which is annoying. I do set the category. Oh, I don't set the category in meta. Okay, that's the problem. See, that's why you check. Oh, I wish they'd just used one file for this. Like, why split it across two different files? Then I have to go through these and add the... Oh, I've already done it. Cool. Let's just check them. Okay, that didn't work. Meta category, limit break custom category. I need more expensive channel redeems. I mean, has anyone actually done a redeem today? I don't think they have. Oh, here we go.
My name is Biorand. I like you. I like sex. It's nice. These are Orkin, a town mechanic and a versionist. This is my mother. She oldest woman in the whole of Kusek. She is a 43. I love her. Although Kazakhstan a glorious country, it have a problem too. Economic, social,
And cult.
whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. King in the castle, king in the castle. Have a chair, I have a chair.
I am in a nest of gold. They have cleverly shifted their shapes. One of them has taken the form of a little old woman.
What is the best gun to defend
From a cult.
What you see is what I've got.
Come on and make my day.
Book.
Oh, nice.
Leon, help!
Well, I want to say hello. Welcome back in my town of Kusek. Since I returned, there have been much improvements. We no longer have a running of the
Cult.
It's cruel. We're Christians now.
Okay, here's the next one.
Hey kids, do you like Jim Pokemon?
Yeah!
Then you're gonna love Alabama Man. Alabama Man. He's quick, he's strong, he's active. You can take Alabama Man to the bowling alley where he drinks heavily and chews tobacco.
Wow, he can bowl.
He can bowl, he can drink some more. Alabama Man. When wife asks him where he's been, just use the action button and Alabama Man busts her lip open.
Shut up, bitch! Wow,
Beats up his wife and sleeps it up. Alabama Man.
I want to be just like Alabama Man.
Alabama Man comes with everything you see here, wife sold separately.
I thought I told you to shut up.
Not all people from Alabama are white beaters.
Gay, totally gay. Liberace gay.
Oh dear. Well, let's keep trying. How about this?
Wild Wacky Action Bike! Wild Wacky Action Bike! The bike is hard to ride! Wild Wacky Action Bike is almost impossible to steer and to close in the dark. Gonna try to ride it all day long, but I'm gonna fail 'cause it's Wild Wacky Action Bike! You can't ride it, Wild Wacky Action Bike!
Right.
Wild Wacky Action Bike comes with everything you see here.
Welcome in, Sweaty. Oh no, we're way past that. Are you talking about the timer? Right, so let's first have... We're just about to test this, but I need to do something first. So, Mighty Couscous is making jackets for everyone. Like he's become the new Resident Evil fashion designer. And he has made me a new jacket, which I will show right now. Once I've made a fluffy mod for it, because he's not done that. Let's copy another one. Classic RPD Leon. Copy that. Orca jacket. And delete that. Put his one in. I'll just like do that for now. I'll have to make a screenshot once I've loaded in. So this is the Intel Orca jacket. A version 0. The limited edition jacket. I don't know whether I should put the Mighty Couscous or just Mighty Couscous. Okay, let's load up Fluffy. Here we go. What do you prefer, Couscous? Mighty Couscous or the Mighty Couscous? What's your brand name? Which jacket is it? Is it casual? Is that what it replaces? Or is it jacket? I think it's jacket, isn't it? Jacket. Wow, we're trying to do other things as well, Sweaty. Nice. Let's hold on. I'm just gonna remove the dot. Actually, I'm curious. If I put the dot back on, then go into camera. Okay, da, da, da. Turn that on. How do you lower the camera? Oh, okay. Alright, enjoy your food, Burnsy. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Mike Uskus. It looks excellent.
How far could he have gone?
Now let's check what the merchant's got for me. I like the jacket as well.
Anyone home?
Like, even if it was just the plain blue jacket, I prefer that to the original one.
This is not good. What was that? No fucking way.
No, I'm not in combat. I've had this problem before. Like, other people seem to be able to just go down this road and come back, and they're not in combat anymore.
molding a weapon to suit your specific. It's a thing of beauty, isn't it?
The combat knife has an exclusive upgrade of 2 times ammo capacity. Did I really give Punisher basically the same thing? I did as well. Why has that happened?
Not seen anything you like, stranger.
What does the Broken Butterfly normally have as an exclusive? Well, I don't think it's 2 times ammo capacity, is it? Yeah, this is actually power. It's just that I've set every message to 2 times ammo capacity, apart from the Punisher. So that might not be 2 times ammo capacity. But, what I need now is to test this somehow.
Not enough cash. Hard time.
Can the trainer do something for me? Right. So exclusive upgrade ticket. Right, what is this? Exclusive upgrades. No, I want the ticket. How do I give myself the ticket?
Fuck off, Orca's streaming, no way.
How do I use this, actually? I want to give myself an exclusive ticket. Just click add. Where? Oh, this ad. Adding item. Oh, yeah.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for?
Right, so we're gonna use...
You have a ticket, do you?
So this currently
Choose a
has...
weapon, stranger, and I'll make it sing.
Oh no, hold on, what's it actually gonna do? The Broken Butterfly is going to do 1.5 times damage, by the looks of things.
Ho ho! A fine selection. Well, pleasant.
Yeah, but because I've set the message to be ammo capacity, that's what it's done. I actually wanted to test out the SG. So if I give myself the SG and another exclusive ticket. So the SG has ammo capacity 4.5 times. So if I give myself another exclusive and then the SG. This currently has 10 bullets.
Welcome.
So if I now get the 2 times ammo capacity.
You have a ticket, dude. You've got an eye. Come back.
That now says 4.5 times ammo capacity. which is correct. So it used to be 10, now it's 45. So that's working. When it comes to ammo capacity, there's two things on it. We've got ammo max scale and reload num scale. I'm not sure reload num scale actually makes any difference for a handgun because he just chucks the whole clip in. But I imagine if it was like a shotgun, it increases the number of bullets he puts in at a time. Or if it's a rifle, like the bolt action, he'll put in like 10 bullets at a time. So, but what we've already hit our first problem though, which I'm not sure how to fix. So, I've said that I've put this as the message ID and I put 4.5 as the rate value. However, it looks like this message has the So it's not showing here, although it is showing 5 times critical hit rate. I don't know where that's coming from. Because I didn't think that's this message here. I don't know what that message is.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger.
But this here, where it says 2 times ammo capacity, that's baked into this message. The 2 is baked into that message. So that's annoying. And without that, you're never going to know what your actual upgrade is. And the other thing is, I don't have a message editor, so I don't know what tool can actually edit the message files in this game. This tool cannot do it.
Time is money, mate.
So this file here, these msg.22 files, I don't know what the format is for them, how to edit them, or how to even look at them.
Take all the time you need.
I don't even see any English in it, unless it's like in a encoding I'm not familiar with. GMSG seems to be the magic number in the file. It's called the extension is .msg.22. So yeah, I need to be able to first of all inspect these files to see if there's a message that does take this value Because I think the power one's alright. I think that does use this value, but the ammo upgrade one doesn't. Also, I don't know what this is supposed to be. Well, I guess it tells me that it's possible. But the problem is that if I can change the message, it still means that I can't have a mix of different values. So I can't have one gun that's times 2 ammo capacity and another gun that's times 4 if there's only one message. Unless you can add more, maybe I just add more messages. I just add custom messages. But I need a message editor. I know that some of the files that you have. Oh god, what's going on here? Let me see it. Oh, great. Yeah, some of the files actually let you throw in a string. So you can just put like raw text. Like you could do that for the info block. Yeah, so they must know how to edit messages. So what I need to do now is go for another break because there's an ad about to start. Oh no, it's already in progress. How do I get on with the Mac stuff? Oh, wow. I've been doing this, haven't I? I'll get to it tonight. And the other problem that Cuz had. I just wanted to like finish this off. Like I have sort of done it. It's If I just limit the upgrades to what the messages say, then that's good to go. So, for example, this message is about critical hit rate, and it's probably baked in at 5. So what I'll do is I'll just chuck in that. And then power is well, this is free number, I'll do that one first. So that's baked in at 5 as well. So that's under penetration. Fixed value 5. This is power. This doesn't have a baked in number, so I think I can just use any number for that. These have different perk messages. The perk message, I'm not actually sure what to put. I wonder what happens if you put something in this info box as well. But I'm just going to quickly check that. So if I go to custom, not custom, this one. Right. Let me just find Broken Butterfly, since, oh no wait, not Broken Butterfly, what gun do I have in that saved? I think I had a Stingray. Right, if I put dog there, save that. I'm just curious if it actually uses that box or anything. It's a start. Obviously, I will need to be able to edit the file programmatically. I can't use another program to do it. But it would help me reverse engineer the file format. And unless someone's already come up with a utility to do it. It's a shame that this RSZ tool doesn't do it. Or can't.
Welcome. What can I interest you in?
Oh, I didn't have it. It's the wrong gun. Alright. Sting. No, item. Sting. Ray. Add.
Welcome. A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of skill, friend.
Yeah, it doesn't say it anymore.
Anything else I can help you with? You have it, so that's...
Oh, it does. Okay, so if I want to put some text there, I can. Hey Val. Why does it look like a snake, the thing you just sent me? Cause... Did I give... Did that give you 2 times fire rate? Let me see. It should have given me critical rate times 4. So the problem is that these messages are wrong. So what the text says and what it actually does is not, it's out of alignment. Can you ping me the download for it, actually? Because that would help. I can just look at what the messages say, if I can find the message files. I mean, I have actually found this, which is probably what you're talking about. What is this written in? Install the BT file. Where's a BT file? What the hell's ROF? I've never heard of that. That can't be what it actually is. It's always like it's some sort of scripting language or something. Is that what it is? It's like, is it for the 101 binary editor? Is that an RE tool, or is it just a generic tool for anything? Oh, I see. Okay. Well, at least there's a Python library. That's something that... Let's just have a little peek at this. About reading. Okay, it looks like I might have to roll my own code for this, which I'm not going to do tonight or this week. That doesn't work. That's irrelevant. That's in Rust. Yeah, I think if I use this Python code, I can. What did you find? Where did you put it? You're in a Mac dot. If you have a link to the tool, yeah, feel free to send me that. Otherwise, I'll just have to use the Python script.
Tumbleweeds and squirrels, my darling. Tumbleweeds and squirrels.
Okay, that was the South Park Soundaroos. Thanks again to Kate and Earl. All right, up next we have 4 of our local South Park 4th graders who have formed a band. Let's hear it for Stan Marsh and Crimson Dawn.
Hi, Stanley!
Oh, there's our Butters.
Oh, Butters. Oh, aren't they cute?
Hi, we're Crimson Dawn, and, this is a song I wrote about living out in the country on a farm.
All right, fellas, just like we rehearsed it. And a 1, and a 2, and a...
Oh, hold on. Right, I found something in C#. Eventually. RE engine. Yeah, you sent me the link to what, the Python thing. Oh, they have an embedded one. That's cool. Because I don't think I even have Python installed. Might have it on my WSL. Right, okay. So if I build that... Right, message file. Extract. Right, here's the other thing. Where are the messages? This file has an unknown header. Great. So whatever this was doesn't support the file format. It does say it does msg.tt. Alright, back to that Python thing then. Message to txt. Please enter Ian. MSG txt -I input. -L for Ian. Don't know why that didn't work. Right at the beginning. -L Ian. Okay, I don't know why that didn't. Expected one argument. What is this? How are you supposed to use this? It doesn't like anything I do. Error. Argument -I input expected Y argument. Even though I gave it the argument. You know what? Let's call. Oh. Right. Let's just call the thing directly rather than using that silly bat script. -m txt -len processing. Oh, did it chuck in the same direction? It did. Well, at least we got the messages out. All right. Right, we're gonna do a little bit of magic here. Looks like these are the only files. So I'm just moving it up. I'm going to copy those to an MSG folder. So they're all in the MSG folder now. And then we are going to run that Python script in all of them. And then we're going to find ammo, 2 times ammo capacity. There's only one occurrence of it. Alright, so what we did there was we extracted everything from the just the patch file. We probably should have taken all the messages files from the base game. Yeah, we've got a much bigger list now. Right. How are we doing for time? Ad starts in 1 minute, okay. I'll use that opportunity to have a break. There we go. Found it. You wouldn't believe how many files were in this game. There are absolutely thousands of files. So there's a pack file, which is like 50 gig for this game, and then inside that are tens of thousands of files. So it looks like the file we want is chmes main w custom. It's the JSON though, right? Okay, that's probably better. Because what I can do now is I can just say, okay, what's this perk ID? Find it here, and they'll be like, oh, it's 2 times rate of fire. That's what that perk message says. And then this says 2 times ammo capacity. So the message ID is for that under the exclusive. The perk is under here, 2 times rate of fire, which presumably also shows there. So you do actually need both together. Well, it depends what it is, I suppose. For a critical rate, you don't like have a number that shows next to any of these specs. What's interesting though is that it looks like even for the power ones, they've just got fixed messages. So you can either have 2 times or 1.5 times. There's no flexibility. What they should have done, you see where it says here, load, and then you got brace, 0 brace rounds at a time. That means that you can insert any number into that message. So it'll be load 10 rounds at a time, load 4 rounds at a time. But for some reason, they've not done it on these messages. What they should have done was this. And then you could have used that message and put any number there. So I'll be able to do it at some point. I'll be able to have any number that you want and it display correctly. It's just that right now, without having some code that can edit the message files, I'm a bit limited to using these messages. So yeah. It's what it is. Said developer least asleep. Lost potential modifier. You see, I'm not asking for them to put a randomizer in their game. I'm just asking them for their game to be randomizer proof. And for what the game is, it is heavily customizable. It's just not 100% customizable. I mean, to be fair, I just add my own messages. Right, I just edit the file, add a new message to the file. That's it. I just don't have the capability to do that right now. Otherwise, I'd be able to do it. Because Devil, it's not in their interest to. They just want to get the game out. And it worked perfectly for vanilla game settings. Trying to add a randomizer is a huge amount of work. I mean, just look at me doing it. And then you've got to make sure it works well. You've got to make sure that it's balanced. You've got to make sure that it's doesn't crash all the time. And with randomizers give you so many different variables. You can never really test it enough to get every single issue out. It's just a QA nightmare. And if they ever did make a randomizer, it just wouldn't have the number of options that a community one does. Like, imagine what classic RE Biorand would do. They wouldn't have the door randomizer for a start. They wouldn't have the custom cutscenes or the all the different characters from every RE game. It's like hard mods. You know, Capcom wouldn't do that because most people would not play those hard mods. There's just some things you have to leave up to modders to do. But what they can do is just make sure that their engine doesn't crash and copes with anything you throw at it. Or copes well, you know. Even if enemies were just T-posing, which I have seen, that's better than the game crashing. Welcome in, Kenny, Maximum Gaming. Is RE4R really fragile then? I've never really looked into what the modding for that's like. I mean, RE3 OG is pretty fragile. Change like a single thing, crashed the game. Well, it's because games are so rushed, and if you think about all the crunch, things are very often hacked together at the last minute, which means that they don't necessarily withstand much an array of changes. And they're probably changing. They're making the game up as they go along. It's not all planned out from the beginning, so they're changing a lot of stuff throughout the development life cycle, which means that there's never necessarily any clean architecture. It's like Resident Evil 1 OG. The sound files are baked into the actual game. They're not in files. The room file doesn't say what sounds to load for that room. It's actually baked into the executable. That sounds like a very much last minute hack, or rather a hack that was done as a proof of concept to make the game and then never polished and separated out into the file. In RE2 it then is in a different file, and the room file says what sound files to load, or it has the sound files in the room file itself. Like, you can definitely tell that when they made RE2, they kind of just redesigned the whole engine almost from scratch. Even though it seems very similar. RE engine's a bit different though, because it's an engine, it's a very generic engine, much like Unity and Unreal. So you might find that the games are similar but designed in a different way. But so much of the game is just in these data files, which makes them really flexible at the same time. What's the best and easiest engine to mod a game on? I don't know. I'm not experienced with every engine. I mean, I guess the good thing with Unity and Unreal, because they're open engines, in other words, you can just download the engine and make your own game on it. It means that any game made in those engines, you know exactly what the format is for the files, so they're a lot easy. You can just reverse engineer because you know what the format is, and you can use the engines themselves to make new assets. You see, RE Engine, we don't have Capcom's level editor. If we did, it'd be really easy to just make new content for the game. Whereas with Unreal, well, if a game's made in Unreal and you want to add a new level to that game, you just open Unreal and make the new content for the game. So it's easier because you have the same tools that they're using to make the game. Can't do that with an in-house engine. Not unless someone has made a very good tool that can edit their files, which is what essentially this is, this RSED tool. Obviously it's very basic in that it just edits the hierarchy of these scenario files or data files, but that's enough to make a lot of the mods. And that's why there's so many mods now for RE4R. Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about the Quake engine and the Half-Life engine, because they're open as well, so they're easy to add new stuff. Also, the games are a lot like the engines I think are a lot simpler, and it it kind of helps that the actual companies that work on those games make it very easy to mod them. That helps too. Oh yeah, Sonic games are easy to mod. It's because with those Sonic games you can just disassemble them, or they've been disassembled, and they were written in assembly to begin with. So you've basically got the original source code, almost, which means that you can just add new code, remove code, swap out assets. Your only limitation is that you're still developing for the console that it was made on. Not sure about that. Right, unlimited ammunition. We were rewriting RCT2 to open RCT2, and it was very exciting when we were decompiling the very last block of code, because that was like, we've done it 100% complete, rewritten the entire game one to one. In fact, it looked like we had a lot of stuff left to do, but I made a program that could sort of finish it off for us. Like, it automatically decompiled all the remaining functions because they were all very similar. Like, they were all to do with drawing the track of the roller coasters. So because of all these functions that we had left were all so similar, we were able to just generate the code. What, like modding, programming? I don't know. It's probably coming up to 30 years now. No, not 30 years. 24 years. Almost there. Ooh, that should be 1.5, I think. That was true, yeah. Oh, can't find it. Indestructible. That's what they must have called it. Right. So that's all the messages in, plus the fixed value. Just need to chuck those into the class def. Right. So instead, this is going to become exclusive dot message ID. Message ID. I'm pretty sure I just imported them straight from the original game data. I did make a level editor for the HD, like the final version. And I made my own level editor. Started off with a like a built-in kind of thing, but I got a bit sick of having to write basically a whole window manager, all the widget types and everything like that, basically a whole UI just for a level editor. So then I switched to having a WPF, using WPF framework as a level editor, external from the game. But it used the game still to render the level in the level editor.
Oh, who'd have thought a whale could be so heavy? Cheese it, the feds!
Thank you for the follow. Ah, no problem, Adam. Thank you for popping in. Nice to see the networking. I'm just working on doing random exclusive upgrades for weapons, which I think I'm done now. It's a bit limited at the moment in that it has to be certain numbers, but hopefully in the future we can change that. But this will do for now. Emily, welcome in, and Raiders. How you all doing? Everyone go check out Emily Likes Biscuits. As her name implies, she'll like anything biscuit related. So, all biscuit chatter, go to her stream. Plays a lot of Resi, Mario, bit of Zelda. What were you up to? Were you trying to get world record? World record speedrun, Zelda? No. You could get world record completing Zelda while eating biscuits all the way through. So I don't know if this is obvious or not, but we're working on a randomizer for RE4 remake. And that's all I have to say on the matter. Did Berserker Mod have the same issue with the merchant items? I don't know about Berserker specifically, but I know that, well, from what other people have said, other mods have the same issue. Oh, I got a new sound command as well. My chest now works, thanks to Hot Potato for sending that to me. You gotta get some crumpets. I can't remember last time I had a crumpet. Chest! When I have crumpets, I usually try and fill every single little hole with filler butter. I just butter the whole thing so that it's every hole's filled. Illegally good. As I say, I haven't had them for years, so I imagine they vary in quality depending on brand. Thing is, you can't really have can you have bacon with crumpets? Because I usually always have bacon with something like that. You can, okay. I've never really tried. I don't know how you would do it. Yeah, I know, but can you actually put it in the crumpet? I don't just mean on the same plate. Yeah, but I don't like the bacon exposed. Usually it's between the bread layers. I usually have it in a bagel. Oh, another thing I've had in a bagel is a burger. Have you ever had a burger in a bagel? Right, it's alright. I didn't go as far as putting a hole in the burger though. Right. Okay. Don't know how I feel about that. Right. We build that. And then we want to say where wires. BRB? I just paused the adverts for you. Oh, hey, Maestro. Welcome in. I know, I was thinking about your Raiders, Emily. don't get too hung up on it, Mighty Kuchkas. It's not a huge deal. So what? People don't get the right images. I'm randomizing the exclusive upgrades for the weapons. Unfortunately, due to baked-in messages for what the exclusives are, I can't randomize the specific scales at the moment. Like, I have to say you get a 2 times upgrade on power. I can't say you get a 3.5 times upgrade on power because there's no message that says 3.5x. So while I could give you a 3.5 times multiplier, there's no way the player would know that it's a 3.5 times multiplier until they've got the exclusive. But maybe later down the line we'll figure out how to add and edit messages so that we can do it. Yeah, as usual, these things always take longer than you expect. Like random exclusives, how long should that take? Not a whole evening. And I started this yesterday, the day before yesterday. Right, SG09, rate of fire. Oh, do I not say what the rate is? Oh, okay, that's on the process log. Yeah, so SG gets 2 times rate of fire. The Punisher gets ammo capacity times 2. The Red 9 gets unlimited ammunition. Yeah, not bad. Blacktail gets 5 times penetration. Hopefully that actually works. Matilda also gets that. Shotgun gets power upgrade times 2. Riot gun gets unlimited ammunition. Striker gets good old penetration. TMP 2 times ammo. Chicago typewriter penetration. LE5 power. The bolt action rifle gets the critical hit rate. It'll be interesting to see how a rifle does critical. The Stingray also gets that. The Broken Butterfly gets a 2 times power. Killer 7, 2 times power. Hand Cannon, 2 times power. Whatever the hell that is. 2 times power. Combat Knife is unbreakable. Fighting Knife is 2 times power. So usually the Primal Rifle would be the only thing that's unbreakable, but the Combat Knife now has the unbreakable stat. Bolt action... sorry, the Bolt Thrower gets penetration. I have no idea whether that would do anything. It's alright, no one actually buys the Bolt Thrower, let alone get the exclusive for it. This game has a Bolt Thrower? Yeah, I mean, have you not seen anyone actually use a Bolt Thrower? No, someone was wrote the Bolt Thrower. Was it you, Trey? I think you were like the first person where you were like, yeah, I might actually get the Bolt Thrower. Maybe it's just Edger that slagged it off. The only reason I don't buy it is because it's just not worth my time. It's the sort of weapon where it's good in certain situations, but it's not the sort of thing you want to carry around with you the entire time. If you had like unlimited space in your inventory, then you would just always have it, and you would use it in the odd moment when you want to blow a bunch of people up. If it's like your first playthrough, then the first time you go into the double Garrador room, you're like, oh, wish I had the Mind Thrower now. Oh yeah, and it takes forever to use. Like every bolt you have to... I think that's what annoyed me the most, because I did get it on my first playthrough to actually see if it was any good. And welcome in, Raiders. How you all doing? So I have hopefully a little present for you on Friday. That's what I'm working towards anyway, as like the deadline for getting the randomizer to you guys.
Ah, no! Oh, who'd have thought a whale could be so heavy? She's at the fence.
Right, let's just give you guys a little sneak peek
No!
at what I've just done this evening.
Who'd have thought a whale could be so heavy? She's at the fence.
Okay, I'm gonna have to turn that off.
No!
As per usual.
Who'd have thought a whale could be so heavy? She's at the fence.
I should actually just be able to.
No!
I'll just turn off
whale
streamable.
could be so heavy? She's at the fence.
Right. That's enough of that. Let's generate a rando. And see if we've got our random weapon exclusives. Oh, you're all going to see my new jacket as well. Mighty Kukus made me a very nice new jacket. He's made quite a few new jackets, actually. If any of you are looking for a personalized Leon jacket, look no further than him. Right, let's maximize this. Yeah, I'll do my best, Bok, to get it to you on Friday. Because, I mean, I guess you could have done it this weekend, but I wanted to get things like the random exclusives working. And at the moment, it's giving you 2 OP weapons. Like people are getting broken butterflies, and they're able to upgrade it to 99.9 power. It's like, well, that's not on. Let's do a new game. We're gonna be zooming to the merchant. Whoa, look at him go. Hello. I did have enemies here, but because Leon takes an age to open this door, I had to get rid of him.
Anyone home?
Who's in here? Ooh, ooh.
This is not good.
Easy. Oh, he kind of saw me, didn't he? I guess that's one thing I need to do. When you start a game, you gotta equip your weapons automatically. It's not. Right. Oh crap! Let me use my broken butterfly. Excuse me. Oh! Right, the problem here is that when you go through this door, right? Oh, it seems to be alright. Sometimes the enemies up there say that you're in combat still and you can't use the merchant. Right, so the combat knife... Wait, 2 times power? I thought I told it to use... I thought I gave it... you know, unbreakable. Let's just double check. Combat knife, unbreakable, it should have. It says 2 times power. You see? This is why I can't release it. It's bugs like this. It might be the message. We'll have to upgrade it to see. Punisher gets 2 times ammo capacity, which I think's right. I think that is correct. And the Broken Butterfly, unlimited ammo. Let me just check that. Obviously, unlimited ammo is going to be a rare occurrence. No, the Broken Butterfly should have power exclusivity, not unlimited ammo. It's like the messages are all wrong. Anyway, let's get myself some exclusive tickets to see if the stuff's actually correct. Yeah, no, Yaddle. So what I'm adding is random exclusives, which means that every weapon will have a random exclusive upgrade attached to it. So, you know, your pistol normally has, like the starting pistol has 5 times critical hit rate, usually when you exclusive upgrade it. But in the randomizer, it might be times 2 ammo capacity or times 4 power. It's random. And what you'll do is you'll look at the shop, you'll look at all the weapons, and you'll think, okay, this is the weapon I want to go for because it's got these stats if I upgrade it. Thank you for all the follows, by the way. Very much appreciated. And thank you again, Bok, for the raid. Is that I Am GUI? I believe so. It's RE Framework that does this. I think they use I Am GUI. Right, let's get myself some exclusive tickets.
Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? This the one, stranger? So that's your move. Oh, you're an artist. Come.
Okay, so this did give me correctly the ammo capacity. So that's got times 2. The Broken Butterfly, it says it has 1 times 5 power, 1.5 times power. I'm not so sure about that, because if it was 1.5 times power, surely it would put a number there. This says 1.5 times attack speed. I have no idea what actually the stats are now. The problem with randomizing exclusives is that the messages that it shows don't, like, you can make it show any text that you want. It's got nothing to do with the actual stats you give it. Also, I've no idea what happens if you give, like, the knife 2 times capacity and stuff that doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, so I can put 24 ammo in this Punisher now, which I normally wouldn't be able to. Normally the exclusive upgrade for the Punisher is 5 times enemy penetration. This brute's got a lot of health. One of the things that I added quite recently was progressive difficulty. So what's going to happen is if you set the minimum health of a brute to, like, say 1,000, and its maximum health to be 10,000, in chapter 1, most of the brutes will have 1,000 up to 2,000 health, and in the last chapter it will have about 9,000 to 10,000 health. Which means that you can actually kill the enemies, even the difficult enemies, early on with your pea shooters, and then by the time you get to the end of the game, you can still kill them because you've got upgraded weapons. But then they're not just going to fall over either. And Mighty Kukus made the jacket for me. He sent it to me today. Store. And then we'll take out Primals, Sentinel Line. Fish are in the way. I don't know why I have so many fish. Thank you again for all the follows. Sorry, I'm not able to keep track on it as per usual. Right, let's get those guns out and check those with the merchant. Might need to get myself some more exclusive tickets.
Welcome. Well then, what can I do you for?
So yeah, this is what it's like when testing the mod. You never actually get to play the mod. I don't actually get to play through a randomizer. I just spend all my time trying to fix the issues.
This the one, stranger? So that's your move.
Get myself some more of these.
Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? Oh, a fine selection. So that come.
So Sentinel has 5 times power, but for some reason it says 5 times critical hit rate for the perk. This says 2 times power, but unlimited ammo for the perk. The messages are just completely wrong. I don't know what's going on here. 2 times power, but I don't actually know what's so special about it. It also doesn't help that I've got cat ears on, which means that I don't actually know whether it's unlimited ammo or not. Oh yeah, if you want to sign up for testing, by the way, the link is here. I was going to make this command, I've completely forgot. Not that it would work, because I've just turned off the app. So that takes you to the website where you can sign up. I'll give you a little sneak peek of that now. Right up to the music. Right. Switch back to desktop.
No! Oh, who'd have thought a whale could be so heavy? She's at the fence!
Right. So, if I switch to default, you can create a new profile, name, description. The reason you want to do that is because You're not going to believe how many options there are. There was more stuff on this page, but they got moved to the other pages. One of the nice things you can do is turn on autosaves for professional. There is a separate mod you can get that does that, but like the trainer, for example, this just builds it in to the randomizer, so it's convenient. And you can also say whether it should use the bonus weapons or not. The reason why that's an option is because if it throws in a DLC weapon or a weapon you haven't unlocked yet, well, first of all, DLC weapons will not load in if you haven't got the DLC, and if it's a weapon that you have to unlock via a challenge, like at the end of the game, what happens is you get it, like you can pick it up, but then it disappears when you load the save game, because the game's kind of like correcting the fact you haven't unlocked it yet and takes it away from you. It's kind of weird. You can kind of say whether the shop's randomized, prices, weapon stats, with the prices for the weapon upgrades, and also how much stock you get in the shop. So if you want the merchant to sell lots of fish, you can rack fish all the way up, and he'll just sell loads and loads of fish every chapter. You can say what your starting inventory is, basically just the guns at the moment. Right, and then we get onto the big stuff, items. Randomize the static items in the world, and you can say whether an ammo pickup is like 10% of a stack or 1,000 times % of a stack. This lets you configure the ratio of all the static items. And then you got little buttons up here, so I can set everything to 0, midway, or max. Can we set them to the default value, or I can just click that button and it shuffles them all. From what we found in testing, health is very high. Like, even when you don't think you've put enough health in, you still seem to get a lot of health drops. So recommendation is you stick health very low down, and ammo quite high up. And you can also say wherever you get weapons as like just lying around, case upgrades, attachments, small keys, charms, or case perks, you can just say whether they're lying about the place to find and pick up. Enemies is pretty similar, you got the same ratios. With this, I recommend literally not putting health on at all, just having like ammo drops or resource drops. And then you've got the same options for whether they drop weapons, recipes, charms, etc. And then the fun stuff, what enemies you want in the rando. So if you're really into Verdugo, you can have him all the way up. You can also, we've added extra enemy spawns. So you probably saw that there was a brute in the starting room area. That's because extra enemies on 25%. So I've added about 200 extra enemy spawns, and it's going to say 25% of them are included in this particular seed. And you can also control like how many treasures they drop percentage wise, and various things to do with like the distribution of the classes. Like, do you want it to throw in 6 brutes, 3 villagers, 2 chainsaws, or do you want it to say 1 chainsaw, 1 villager, 1 zealot, 1 Garrador, that sort of thing. And then the most interesting of the lot is the enemy multiplier. And you can rack that up to 10 times, which means that every enemy will be duplicated 10 times, or multiplied up to 10 times. This is the thing that's most unstable at the moment. In other words, the higher that multiplier, the more crashes you get. But we're trying to work out what we can do so that you can have 10 times enemy multipliers, but it caps the enemies per stage to make sure that the game is sufficiently stable enough. And then probably the most advanced tab is the health, where you can specifically say the minimum and maximum health every enemy should have and every boss should have. So if you really hate Delago, you don't want to fight Delago, you just want him to be one shot kill, stick him on 1 HP. He'll die instantly. But if you're fed up of Salazar just being taken out by a gold egg, whack him up so that you actually get to fight him. The other thing we have is something called progressive difficulty, which basically says what I mentioned earlier. If you have min villager HP on 5 and maximum on 50,000, at the start of the game their health will be around 5 to 1,000, and on the last chapter their average health would be closer to 50,000. Any questions? Yeah, in fact, because there's so much customization, it's going to be very difficult to find the right settings. And it's probably a bit pointless, everyone just all figuring it out for themselves. So what I want is a lot of sharing of profiles and playing each other's profiles, and then editing. So what you can do is you can click profiles, it'll show you everyone that shared a profile. So if I want to see, ×8 additional enemies balanced by double edger, right? So what I do is I bookmark it, like so, and then it will appear on this list here. So what I do, if I click it, and I'll see his profile, his settings right here. But I might be like, yeah, I want it to be ×5 enemies, not ×8. So what I do is I just change that to 5. And what it's done is it's duplicated his profile and put 8 additional enemies balanced copy. And then what I can do is I can say 8 additional enemies, 5 times additional balances. And I'll save that. Then it'll say 5 additional enemies balanced by interlogger. So, you know, I've just ripped off all of his hard work, put my own name on it. It's fine. Are you keeping the debug stages for maxes? Yeah, I'll keep the debug panel there. It's not for, like, it's only for people that are helping troubleshoot the randomizer. I'll make it quite clear that that's what it's for. Yeah, that would be more useful to actually say what the stages were, because I guess if someone did get a crash and they wanted to get through it, they could just easily change that slider. But yeah, there's not a huge number of things left to do really. Obviously, I need to see what's wrong with those messages and the exclusive upgrades. And then I need to not make the weapons so OP. And then what else do I need to do? Oh yeah, we need to sort out the tilted enemies. So any Navistadol currently, if it's randomized, will be on its side, which is quite funny, but also is a bug that we need to fix. I don't want DLC treasures to have valuable items, so they can have common items. I just don't want the weapon for that chapter to be a DLC item, just in case you don't have the DLC. I'm not sure about this limit cabin to 1 mad chainsaw. I mean, I'm sure some people wouldn't mind. Until you get a jacket, you want to be keeping hunk. Oh yeah, that's the other good thing. Because we've already got Fluffy, which allows you to layer mods on top of other mods, you can go ahead and have Biorand plus any cosmetics that you want enabled. Oh yeah, another thing is the Krauser fight. I didn't actually realise that the knife in the Krauser, the first Krauser fight that you do, respawns if you run out of knives. So for that reason, I shouldn't randomize it. Thank you for the Prime sub, Kenny. Much appreciated. That's only because you forgot to save it and you had to do it again, Edger. Admit it. I still can't believe that you you went up the lift. So you did the chapter end. You didn't save. You went up the lift. You did the ballroom again, and then you went to the double Gyarados room, and you got killed by a chainsaw, and you ended up all the way back at the Krauser fight because you forgot to save it, and then you save it at chapter end. You then mess about with the merchant for like 10 minutes, get killed again by a chainsaw, and you got to do the merchant again because you forgot to save it after the merchant. You just like assume that checkpoints are everywhere. Oh yeah, and you always have trouble with Gyarados, not Gyarados, regenerators, which don't have biosensors. And also, you seem to prefer the iron sights over the enhanced scope, which I never understand. I'll just play a bit of the randomizer. Because it'd be boring if I just went back to coding. Let's kill the music. I hear a knight. There it is. Oops. You see, here's the thing. I should probably stop this gold knight from spawning here because he's a bit stuck. Yeah, that's right. What have we got here? Shotgun guns. Green herb. Handgun, I mean. Interesting.
Here we go.
Okay. So this is what the max pack of 6 does. You can see on the right hand side it says like 5 dogs, 2 brutes, regenerate 6 of another 5 knights, 2 cows. So just get the like sort of groups of enemies together. Chicken egg. Right framing. Gunpowder and scenes. No knife. So we got a chicken egg here.
Oh, nice.
Small resources. Oh, have I got the audio issue again? Adverts? Damn. If you use Firefox, you can pop open the thumbnail, like the 420p stream, and unmute it. It's funny when you get Mendes here actually, because if you got like Mendes here, he'll actually like be a bit of a nuisance because his arms are basically at the same height as you here. And he'll grab you off the roof. It works quite well. I don't know when it'll be public, but I'll ramp up early access over the coming week. So I'll do, you know, like batches of 5 or 10 people. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, if you've signed up, you may just get early access. I'm going to turn off the sidebar. There we go. I can't remember what I set the health to, but they seem pretty tough actually. Oh, I wonder if I can get grabbed actually. Grab me? Someone grab me? No. Oh, it's because I got invincibility. It's quite funny, if you get grabbed here, it's not the chainsaw that like starts smashing the building down. It's whatever it happens to be. So if it's like a brute with a hammer, it'll be a brute with a hammer just smashing the building, like the post of the building. I like that little events and animations of that work so well. Be careful of regenerators, they don't go to bingo. I mean, it does now, but just remember that when the bell goes off, that they're still going to be around. Trying to kill you. Go right. Huh. Why is he outside the... Yeah, definitely. It's you have to give a lot of credit to RE Engine for just having the flexibility, because the old games were always limited to how many different types of objects or textures you could have in a single area or room, whereas this game is like, you know, go for it, just chuck in every asset into a single area. Seems to deal with it. It reminds me of something else. See, I feel like there's something in the classic games where an event happens, but like the enemy isn't actually there. Oh yes, the Garrador. That's it. It's quite funny. I think you can. There are some parameters on cows. At the moment, I just keep them on because they are quite fast crap.
There it is. Get ready.
I'm gonna turn invincibility off because it's getting a bit boring. Yeah. Oh, I don't have a knife. I was wondering why I couldn't parry. I'm still trying to parry. Ow. I think you can make cows. You can certainly... There's some behaviours you can do. Okay, for some reason... Did I not? I don't think I have checkpoints on. It's like we're doing this again. Well, I probably can. I just can't be bothered to do it. Edge. It's a lot of effort. And things like Salazar, you only see him once, so I can't put him anywhere else.
Anyone home?
Right, we're gonna ignore him. Oh, they're so weird. It's annoying it does this. You gotta put this back to 100, then untick it. Unticking it doesn't reset it. Register shortcut. There we go. Hey Fairy, thank you for the raid. Oh sh! Almost got hit there. Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Getting that fish. Nice.
Welcome. What can I interest you in?
Right, so we'll sell that Lunkabass. That gives us some spinel. So to all raiders, welcome in. We are playtesting the brand new RE4 remake randomizer. Over the coming weeks, we'll be giving early access to more and more people. If you want to sign up for early access, the link is pinned. We'll sell that.
Not bad.
Shop's looking a bit dry, isn't it?
Ruby's all rubbish. It makes no difference. The price, well, that's our choice
Body
to
armor.
make.
Might get that.
But don't worry, I offer repair services as well.
Thank you so much for the follow. Right, so that was the random shop. As you could see, there's a bunch of items that aren't usually for sale there. Ah, that's another thing I need to do. Red zealots need to be capped, definitely. I'm not going to go for that brute because he is tanky. He's got like 10,000 health. Or 8,000. And I want to save. No, one or two is fine. I think the problem is that while Plaga is unstable, they're not that interesting, to be fair. They're just annoying. I think once we can make people have Plaga and it not crash, they'll be very, very, very nice. This brute is very keen to kick me in the face. I do like it though, because usually people cheese this area and keep going under the branch on the other side to cheese the enemies, but you can't do that if they're on both sides. Nice flash grenade. Oh, come on. Oh yes, walk into that. There we go. Strats. No, he didn't go in the fire, unfortunately. Oh, pendant. That makes sense. Nice. Do you mind telling what is randomized? What is randomized? Well, let me show you the website.
No! Oh, who'd have thought a whale could be so heavy? Cheese it, the feds!
Exactly. How long do you have? Well, professional autosaves is a nice feature you can turn on. I don't seem to have it on at the moment. Wish I did. Random merchant. You can customize how many items appear each chapter in his shop. Plus, he's got random prices, random weapon upgrades, random prices for those weapon upgrades, and now, as of tonight, random exclusive upgrades. Your starting inventory is completely random. Random starting weapons, attachments, and health, fish, you name it. Items that you see lying around the world are all random. You can customize the exact ratio of all items that appear. You can customize whether weapons are just lying about the place for you to pick up, attachments, case upgrades, case sizes, recipes, small keys, charms. If you wanted to do a no merchant run, you can have all the nice things just be randomly found in the world for you to pick up. Enemies, you can customize exactly what kind of items they drop. you can increase the number of enemies. I have added extra enemy spawn points, a whole roughly 200 of them, and you can customize how many of them actually appear. The number of different types of enemies you get in the same place, the number of enemies that get multiplied. So, for example, all enemies would be multiplied by 5 times, or you could multiply every enemy by 10 times. And they can drop weapons, attachments, and etc. as well. And then the fun stuff, you can customize exactly what of each type of enemy appears. So if you are really into mad chainsaws, you can rack them right up. Or maybe you just want to do a regenerator run. You can switch everything off, click that button, and then turn on just regenerators. Then every enemy will be a regenerator. And then finally, we can customize the health of every boss, every enemy. You can randomize it between a range. So if you really don't want to fight Delago, you can set him to 1 HP and it'll be 1 hit kill. But you can say, let's say, make Salazar 1,000,000 because you're sick of him dying to a gold egg. And then all the individual enemies can have custom health as well. Once you've done customizing profile, just click the generate button and download your patch file. With the patch file, you can just chuck that into your installation directory and you're good to go. Or if you use Fluffy, you can get a Fluffy version of it. You off now, Edger? Well, thanks for hanging about. Everyone go check out Edger, by the way. He has been doing a lot of testing for the rando, a lot of stress testing. He's in the middle of a 100% extra enemy spawn run with balance drops or something like that. You found that 10 enemies and random enemies crashed the game. Yes. That's why it's in early access, because the game crashes when you rack up the enemies. But hopefully we're in the process of fixing that by limiting the number of enemies that appear in each stage. So each stage, a stage is like a little area. For example, the first cabin, that's a stage. The area before the first cabin is 2 stages put together. The village is all 1 stage, the farm's another stage, and so forth. And our solution really to the crashes is to just give a hard limit to every stage on how many enemies can appear in it. That means you can still have 10 times enemies. It just means that in some areas where there's already a lot of enemies, it's not going to actually multiply them up to 10. What we really need, Yalador, is it's easy to say, okay, it crashed here. Unfortunately, that's not as useful as saying it crashed here because of specifically this thing. And if I turned this thing off, it then didn't crash. That's what I need more of. Trying to work out why the game crashed is 95% of the work. Crash investigators. Like, one of the ways you can test it is by saying, okay, let's have every enemy on as a Garrador. and then you play the whole game, and you'd be like, okay, it crashed in this particular place, probably because there was a particular enemy spawn that can't be a Garrador. So then, after knowing that, I just go in and say, okay, don't make that particular enemy a Garrador. As it happens, this game's pretty reliable. Most enemies can be in most places and be most spawns. There's only a few things that don't work. Pigs in particular. Unfortunately, pigs are just completely broken. I think if a pig spawns in, so if it's an enemy that's already in the game, when you like get to an area, fine. But if an enemy spawns in because they're triggered to spawn in, that seems to crash the game if it's a pig. Don't ask me why. Cows are fine. Cows are absolutely fine. Pigs, not fine. Which is a shame, because pigs are pretty brutal. Like, we did try pig only run, and they stun lock you bad. Yeah, so when you do get a crash, I'm gonna like write this up, put it on like the generate page, because it's useful to know. When it does crash, first thing you should do is just reload to the last checkpoint and try and get past the crash. Most of the time, it doesn't crash again. It's a one-off crash. It's random. You just restart from checkpoint, and you get further. Sometimes it always crashes. If it always crashes, don't change your seed, because if you change your seed, you end up shuffling your shot and everything else. Just play around, like change one of these sliders to do with enemies. Like even just changing this slider a little bit has a butterfly effect over the whole game. So you'll just end up with completely different enemies. And you can just reload your save game, continue from where you left off. Hopefully without a crash. It is possible to change your seed. It's just not encouraged. Because the game doesn't really have... Well, it does have keys, but I don't randomize keys. So you can't like soft lock yourself when it comes to keys. What did cost a lot of work that you didn't expect would do? Oh, I think what you're trying to say is what took a long time to do, which I thought would be quick. Probably most things. Like getting a proof of concept was very quick to make, and then you find that trying to randomize the exclusive weapons upgrades takes longer than I expect. The thing that's taken me longest to do so far is this website. Trying to make this website actually took a long time. And it's time that I could be spending on the randomizer itself. The other thing that took ages to figure out was we were adding lots of extra enemy spawns, and when you pause the game, the extra enemies that were in the level just disappeared. They despawned actually, which meant that you could keep spamming pause and almost go through them, like just ignore their collision box entirely. So eventually, after a lot of investigation, I figured out why they were disappearing, and it was just something silly I was doing. I think I was setting enemy to like... I had some flags on it, which made the game think that they were a gimmick or like an object, and it probably despawns objects when you pause the game for some reason, maybe just so they're not visible. After removing those flags, it didn't do it anymore. Which is good, because it was a really annoying issue. So I'm glad we solved it. But yeah, like the pigs. And it's not just pigs. Parasite as well. I have these sliders. But if you rack them up, it just crashes the game. It tends to crash the game when there's a lot of enemies.